And hello, everyone. And welcome. Oh, I think my mic is speaking. And welcome to tonight's session of RNG Presents The Dark Vein.
I don't think I do that drum roll every time. I think the Zoom mic noise reductions it so it never comes through.
This is a very special episode. Because I said so. No, because Mac is out, and so this is going to be a kind of a downtime kind of session where we talk about different things that the other characters are doing as time passes in the world, and so they can just do some fort management, which is Tyler's favorite thing in the whole world.
It needs to be done so badly.
Tonight's stream is sponsored by
a giant rabbit hopping around the world under the light of a full moon, leaving its eggs in children's bedrooms, or whatever the thing does.
Nope.
There it is. So unsettling. Just the dead eyes.
Yeah. Let's see. Other than that, I don't think we have any other announcements to get to, really. Not really. When we last left off, our group of adventurers having returned from the city of Tenebrium after having acquired an artificer, a talented artificer by the name of Aldert Ambrose, returned to Fort Varus to find that they had been assailed by these strange abominations, these dishonored knights, the Shades of Onor. Lying in wait within the machine room, they pounced and they attacked Rondon. As the rest of you filtered into the room and combat ensued for several rounds, they were eventually defeated, leaving nothing but a scattered mess of their remains. And as you picked their corpses clean and shoveled their remains outside and where that pile of garbage is accumulating on your front stoop.
It's apocalypse times. The garbage service isn't running.
The time passed as all of you took to some, light rest. Let me just adjust my mic here. I feel like everything's peaking really hard. Does that sound better?
Sure.
Does that sound okay? Let me know if I'm too quiet. But you took to some rest, and after a little while, you felt a tremor beneath you as you rushed to the machine room to find that Aldert Ambrose had made some repairs to the machine, though it seemed that some things still remained to be done. He had deduced that it was indeed the machine causing these tremors, though not exactly detailing what exactly it was, as something that the machine was connected to was hidden behind that prismatic door within that machine room, which opened a whole onslaught of other kinds of questions. And as Aldert continues to work on the machine, the days begin to pass by as the work continues to be done. And during this time, you can achieve all number of things. So I ask you now, What is it that you would like to do?
So he's continuing to work. He's not like, all right, I did it.
Nope.
Okay, cool.
Okay, that's excellent.
It is
that
currently
solves-
the 4th of Azanog. You're in the 5th month of this year. And a quick correction for anyone listening. It was determined that the machine was running, but not well enough to sustain a barrier continually. That it would need a day of rest. And so it would run 4 days on and 1 day off.
A Black Sabbath.
You're currently on the 4th day of the week, which means that tomorrow is the off day.
What time of day is it currently?
It is nearly midnight. It's about half hour to midnight, which means that in the sphere, technically you always have some sort of light here, but you do have moonlight here. It is a waxing gibbous, which is mostly full, but there's still a sliver of darkness in it.
So we have almost 24 full hours before the full moon rises.
On Earth, sure.
Moonrise the next night is the full moon.
Not here.
Okay.
All right.
Make a nature check. You're a druid. You have some semblance of how the world works.
I feel like living in the world would give me some idea. 9.
If I asked you right now what the face of the moon is.
Well, actually, it's full.
Right now?
It's full tonight.
Oh, well, shit. I guess that wasn't the best example. Anyways. What did you get?
9.
9? You're not exactly sure.
Okay. Well, that so it's not like Earth's moon. It doesn't have a set cycle. It's seemingly random.
Mm-mm. It has a cycle, but it doesn't function the same way because the year is also shorter.
So it might be full before the end of the night tonight.
No.
Okay, I don't understand.
Trust me, it's all calculated.
Okay. It's okay. Then I need to find the golden sickle with some urgency because I have no idea when the moon's going to be full.
Where would one find a golden sickle?
Well, the curator seems to know the things that we want and need.
Are we able to go to the curator? Has enough time passed?
Not quite.
Thought it was like 5 days ago we were last there.
It was... Well, in 30 minutes it'll be 5 days. However, it is, if I'm not mistaken, a 7-day cooldown.
Let's see, it's in my belt on a key ring.
You got a belt?
On the item it says, once used, the key cannot be activated again for 3 days.
Oh, well then there you go.
Cool.
Give me just
All
a
right,
second
then.
here. For some reason, every single time I need to sign in, like with just my personal Twitch account, like it asks me to verify through email.
Oh, weird. You probably have it set up to do that.
Yeah, but it's still annoying. I don't know how to change it, but Okay.
Excuse me.
Thank you for your patience here. So, you visit the curator using that comical painting of Rondon that you had bought from Onor so long ago. Yeah, using this beautiful multicolored key, the magic surges as the painting begins to warble and move and fluctuate as though it was some sort of liquid on a flat inside of some kind of container. You step inside and it reveals the golden halls of the curator's realm. This red velvet rope that seems to be sectioned off and leading towards a curve around the corner.
Is our mannequin friend we...
Yes, before you advance, you do see the mannequin by the name of...
Robert.
That's right. And you can see that as you enter, they have their arms stretched upward in this face of just glee as you look at them.
It's good to see you, Robert. Feels like it's been ages.
You blink, and it is as though, just like before. It is as though they move whenever you're not looking, and so some sort of magic keeps you from noticing any change other than it suddenly moving to different positions. And so you can see that it now has its arm on your shoulder, and there's just a smile on its face.
That's some horror movie nonsense.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
That's like Weeping Angels spooky.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I'll say, is the master in?
You blink once again, and the arms just like extend and kind of like lead you visually.
Okay. And I will give him a pat, just kind of on the shoulder, friendly, and I'll follow where I'm directed.
As I walk past, I'm just going to hold my hand up for a high five, see what happens.
You hold your hand out for a high five, and there is no movement from it to meet your hand. However, it almost seems as though there's just like a slight gap where if you moved forward, you would make contact.
Yeah, give him a little tap there.
Okay, and you can see that it just kind of like and just kind of settles. Eventually, as you continue onward, you do see that same almost owl-like Aarakocra being, this bird person. These beautiful white feathers, kind of speckled black, and this very, how would I put it? Opulent-looking vest that they wear. And they look at you with excitement. Ah, my friends, it's been some time since I've seen you. Do tell me of your travels, as I assume you've come with residue to spend.
Oh no, we're just here to socialize.
That's disappointing to hear, but I'll allow it. So how you been? No.
No, we've come with your coin. And I'll tell him. Just kind of give him a brief overview of the last 4 days.
Well, it definitely sucks to be you, but you're here now. That's all that matters.
I mean, I think being us is pretty awesome, but we can't all hide in a painting world.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to live in a ruin. And his voice kind of echoes through the halls of solid gold.
Right.
But anyways, enough banter.
You're right.
There's suddenly a sound that you hear of a slamming door, and you look down this nearly endless hall with hundreds of doors, and you see a figure with an iridescent, almost like a I guess not iridescent, maybe it's iridescent, but it's like black, but you can see that it almost changes color in the light, kind of like like a pigeon, let's say, or like an oil slick, like how it kind of has like a like a multicolored quality to it when the light bounces off of it.
Sure. Humanoid.
Make a nature check.
Nature. 13.
This is definitely a humanoid creature. The details of it are a little obscured. You can attempt to look a little more with a more discerning eye if you'd like. If you'd like to make just a general perception check.
Could I as well?
Sure.
Nope. Natural 1.
Ooh. 16 here.
16. As you begin to glance in their direction, as I said before, they have this kind of black but seemingly multicolored iridescent cloak. They wear these black boots. You can very obviously tell that just by the way that they stand, maybe their overall structure. This is a male human. They appear to be carrying some sort of weapons on them, some kind of blades affixed to maybe their hips that you can kind of see coming out of the backside of the cloak. And they turn to look at you, and all you see is this kind of almost like a bluish glow from where their eyes would be. But no other features are discernible. And you can see that as they turn to look at you, and you guys begin to... This happens in maybe like a second or two. This visual exchange. You can see that they pull the side of their cloak, almost as if to obscure themselves. And there is this almost dancing shadow that just kind of like splits apart and that's just wanders down the hallway. As if retreating.
Over my shoulder to the curator. Looks like you have other customers today.
Yes, I have many clients. It's pretty rare that two are in at the same time.
Does the layout of this place change from time between sessions that we've been here? My main question is where we saw that, was it near the rooms that are set aside for us?
As far as... So I'll give you the curator's answer, and then I'll give you... But first I'll tell you what you already know.
Okay.
The rooms that you all have They always seem to be near the entrance, whether that be by design or maybe just some kind of, magical effect. You always see, a multitude of doors here. But for the curator's answer, give me a persuasion check.
Persuasion. I'm pretty good at persuasion, I think. Yeah. Ooh, not that good. 8.
He says, "Yes, this place changes from time to time.
I suppose that's not super surprising. Well, I hope that there's an understanding amongst your other clients, as you put it, of somewhat of a neutral territory and maybe some anonymity amongst people who are here.
Oh, of course. I never reveal information of clients unless there's proper persuasion involved. But as
Sure,
far as a neutral area, you'll come to find, well, hopefully you won't, but I'll let you know, that one is incapable of violence here.
Well, that's good to know.
Like, for instance, say, should I... And you can see that they reach into that vest, and you can see this large sword, this almost like a bastard sword, just kind of being pulled out. And you can see that he slowly points it towards you, and then in an instant, you can see him thrust forward, and it goes through your chest, but you feel nothing.
Pulling the wand out anyway.
Okay.
I appreciate what you're showing, but maybe just telling rather than showing in that respect would be better next time.
Oh, it's not real. And you can see that he pulls it out of you and like bends it, and it goes boing, 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 boing.
Still disconcerting either way. I'm going to take a look in the room here that you have set aside for me, if that's okay.
Go right ahead. All right, so you begin to approach your door, and you can feel as though there is some sort of energy radiating from it, almost as if something has changed from within just from you approaching it. You step inside and you see a multitude of objects which you, one, are already familiar with, but there are some that that are new. One of which is a portable teleportation pad.
Oh, snap.
One such that you had seen from before. It is made of this kind of blackened material. Not exactly sure what of, but it can be rolled up, and it has a personal sigil curated specifically for you that you can use to teleport to. As long as you have the spell, you can teleport to it for free. You're muted, bro. Bro.
Sorry, I'm coughing and sniffling, so I thought that was better. Like without using the spell slot?
Right.
Wow.
You'd still have to take time to cast it, but essentially you could be like, I'm going to leave this at the beginning of the cave. And if we need to get out, we can go right back to it.
Okay. But you couldn't use it. Could you use it? Let me ask rather than say. Could you use it to teleport to another existing teleport circle that we know of?
Yes, it counts like a
okay.
Let's think of it like a waypoint in a video game.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. And how much is that?
For a whopping 200 CR.
Ooh.
It could be yours.
All right, well, maybe next time. Anything else new here?
Yes, you do find a multitude of just simple spell scrolls that you could use to... essentially, they're like blank scrolls that you can just assign a spell to that exists.
Okay.
And those are... they are 15 for every... So it's like 15 for every level that you go up.
So like a second level spell is 30, third level spell is 45, etc.
Yes, but there are only available spell scrolls for levels that you can cast, however.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Any chalky talkie left?
There is definitely some chalky talkie. And those are 10 per chalky talkie, and I believe that they have 3 charges on them. I can't exactly remember. I'd have to open up the item itself.
Don't worry about it. I can take a look at that later. All right. Anything else new, or is that?
Just taking a look here. I really should organize my list a little better. I just have everything like on the same thing.
Right.
Looks like those are the only 2 things that are new here.
Okay.
Everything else from before still remains. If you want me to run that by you again, I could do that, unless you have the list already.
I don't. Tyler, you've got a Google sheet or something somewhere, don't you?
Yeah, I've got a sheet that I'm updating right now. I thought that I shared it with you already, but
You might have.
perhaps not. What's your? Oh, never mind. I won't ask your Gmail on stream.
Just run it over to my house. Here's my address.
Perfect. Yeah, just text me or Slack me your Google account. I guess Brandon, would you also like the thing that I'm I know yours off the top of my head if you want the...
Yeah, you can send it to me if you'd like.
Okay.
Just so I can have it there.
Yeah. You know, now that you type it, I knew that, Mike.
Well, and I haven't even poked around. It could be that it's already in my Google Drive and I don't remember it.
This one might actually be a new one. I did make a sheet at one point, and I switched a doc. And I switched to a sheet. So.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
I guess if you want to look over your options, I will step into mine.
Yeah, you go ahead.
And see what is happening.
All right, so inside of yours, Aiden. You also find the spell scrolls.
Mm-hmm.
Same properties, same costs, everything. And then where is it? Where is it? Sorry. I might have just put it in my notes instead of actually passing it over to the document.
Sure.
Here we go. So there is a sickle there. It is a golden sickle. It is. It's called the Radiant Moon Touch Sickle, and so it is a sickle. It's not going to be in D&D Beyond, by the way, but it is.
Okay.
It is a golden sickle that has been blessed under the full moon. However, it's also enchanted with radiant damage.
Okay. Interesting. What's the cost on that, my friend?
That one is 50.
Okay. So
essentially,
that...
it counts as the damage as like a short sword.
Mm-hmm.
So it would do 1d6, but it also has 1d6 radiant damage on it.
Okay. And just to clarify my understanding, if it's blessed under the full moon, does that mean that it needs to be a full moon for me to harvest mistletoe with it for the spell component?
Let me take a look here. No, because it sheds its own moonlight.
No, it does not need to be a full moon, or no, it does not function that way?
It doesn't need to be a full moon, no.
Okay.
Because essentially it creates its own moonlight
Right. So I can harvest mistletoe whenever, and it counts as a spell component.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Okay, cool. I'm excited about that.
All right. And then beyond that, just the same stuff that you had before.
Okay.
And you have the list, right? Otherwise, I can run you through what the other stuff
Yeah.
was.
Yep. I guess worth asking. If it's a no, it's a no. We did talk about like augmentations to my workshop. Is that achievable on the fly?
That is not available.
Okay, got it. Okay,
Still running through the logistics of that.
Of course. All right, then I will. I'll have a look at this if you're ready to check out, Mike.
Yeah, I'm just gonna grab one chalky talkie.
All right. So then that is just 10 creature residue.
Got it. I will add that to my inventory here.
It's a really great item.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Was that it?
That's all I'm getting.
Cool. I did text Mackenzie. He wants to get a band of darkness and
interesting. Okay.
and the bag of colding.
Excellent. All right. Both readily available, which is, let me see, bag of colding is
50.
That's right. Yep. And the band of darkness is 60. So that's 110.
I can't manage his inventory, I guess, but
Okay.
he asked me to get it for him.
Okay, we'll say he does that on the back end.
Okay.
That's fine.
And then I have 94 residue.
Oh, dang.
I really wanted a bag of holding, but that would be it. And that I really want to start being able to cast Druid's Grove.
I would toss 40 in on a bag of holding.
Would you?
Sure.
Okay. So then, yeah, I guess we'll grab a bag of holding, and I'll get the sickle.
All right.
And I will remove 90.
That's a big upgrade.
Yeah.
This is like the
Cool. And you said the sickle would not be on D&D Beyond?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. I'm just going to
Not
make
just
a
yet.
placeholder random item.
Okay.
Or custom item.
Just send me a message and I'll get that coded in.
Okay. Thank you. And I think that settles all my business.
Yeah, me too.
Until I have 46 more residue.
Yeah, give me 135 more and I'll be able to get the teleportation circle.
Yeah. Yeah. That'll be a big upgrade.
Yeah.
It's a very strong item, so that's why it's very.
Yep.
But all right, with your shopping finished, you bid adieu to the curator, unless you had anything else to say to him.
Nope. Just thank you, with all the proper terms of address. And
Sure,
respect.
Yeah. And you exit the painting, as Robert waves you farewell.
Bye, Robert.
Exiting out from the curator's realm. You return back to Fort Ferris. And we'll say that endeavor took you about an hour and 30 minutes.
All right. Do you want to carry the bag of holding, Mike, or should I?
No, you take it.
Okay. Hopefully soon D&D Beyond gets that update where it's
Some shared. Yeah.
Whoa, is
Shared.
that a thing?
Yeah.
As
That's
of
sick.
November, I think it was that update that they were like, we are working on this right now.
That's so cool.
So
As I was saying, maybe it was just in our separate chat, I don't know, that I've got stuff in my inventory that in my mind I'm not actually carrying around with me. It's just stuff that I'm leaving at the fort.
Mm-hmm.
right.
And so it really doesn't belong in my inventory. It kind of belongs in everybody's.
Right.
But there's not a way to do that.
Sure.
Okay, so we're back, huh?
Yeah, you settled, or rather, you come back to the, we'll say the audience chamber. From this time, I've assumed that you've taken most things out of the cart and brought it into the abode itself.
Yeah. So, as far as beds in the cart, there were some sort of bunks or something, right? I mean, it was kind of a Winnebago style thing, right?
Yeah. Like very
So-
very basic, just kind of like small. I mean, I guess for a halfling, it'd be pretty okay.
Sure. But we
Or
we
a
can
kobold.
offer Ambrose an actual cot to sleep on rather than a stone floor, at least.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
I'm
And what-
okay.
I'm just gonna talk to Ambrose quick. If is he down working on the machine, or
Yeah. It's been about 2 hours or so since you last spoke with him. So you wander down the steps into the dungeon, past that antechamber, and to the left where the machine room is. Eventually you begin to approach from the hallway. The door is open and you can see the light from the shard is kind of casting a light to the darkened hallway. And you can hear, the whirring of machinery and the clanking of metal, as well as some kind of mumbling between what you assume is Ambrose and the automatons.
okay, all three of them are here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Fireball.
Yeah. Just fuck up the whole machine and everything.
Any more progress?
Some. I'm mostly trying to pull apart the old pieces of the machine and get an understanding of what I'm working with.
Sure.
It's rather large, as you can see, and so the workings of it are slowly making sense.
Well, I don't want to get in your way. I just thought you mentioned the door over here, that there was more of the machine that needed a dressing behind the door, or something over there was important to get the door, the machine working properly.
Yes, that's right.
We haven't, honestly, we've all been a little wary of that door. Do you know anything about it? What, is that something we can just pass through?
From my time observing it, it's a very powerful magic that keeps that sort of prismatic effect going. Whatever placed it there must have been very powerful, and I wouldn't recommend going near it. I am pretty much just working with what I have at the moment, but I don't see a way to open it as well at the moment.
Okay, well, that was kind of the feeling we had about it. I just thought maybe you had more information than we did. Well, I guess we'll leave that question for another day as to how to get through there. I'm a little concerned about the safety of the fort when we leave. We were gone for just a handful of hours to go get you, and you saw what happened when we did that. And we have people that we leave behind when we travel, and I'm a little worried about how do we protect them and still travel. And I wondered if you had any I'm kind of gesturing to the robots, any of your automatons or other devices that we might be able to purchase or even work out some sort of rental agreement that would act as a line of defense.
Possibly. I'm not necessarily in the arms business.
I understand.
I built these automatons not for the purposes of war, but for aid and companionship. They are my friends, and I wouldn't want to see them or any of my creations be used in that way.
I definitely understand. This unit here has definitely grown on me. 7H4T kept me going during that battle. So I definitely appreciate what you're saying. If you have any ideas or think of any security system that we may be able to put in place when we are gone, just something to stew in your head. Don't worry about it. I just thought I would ask.
I'll keep it in mind.
Thanks. I'll leave you to your work.
You can see that 7H4T is just like lightly like tapping a hammer on like a wooden or like a metal pipe, and Ambrose just like pats it on the head. It's like not doing anything constructive, but it's like
Uh-huh. And with that, I will yield the scene to Dane.
All right.
How long have we been up? How close are we getting to like rest time?
Let's see.
I know I went out hunting for a while.
So 2, and then you went hunting for, it was a couple of hours, wasn't it? It was like 4 or something like that.
Something like that.
And then you guys were gone into Nebria. So just a couple more hours before you can rest again.
Okay. I will take some time. Kwansang gave me sand,
Mm-hmm.
which to Tyler became a footnote that I forgot about. To Dane, he had a handful of sand that he then had to do something with. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go and I'm going to open up my workshop and kind of clear off some of my workbench because I have leather working tools. I just don't have like a dedicated space for it. I'm going to take just a portion of the hide from the deer that we brought back. And I'm going to cut it out and basically turn it into a pouch that I will then hang from the upper branches of my Apexis flora, just so I have a tiny container of this Kwansang sand, this Quan sand.
Quan sand, sure.
That's always kind of nearby.
Gotcha.
And that'll be all I do that day until bed. And bring a bed in for Ambrose so he isn't so upset about his arrangements.
Sure. We'll say that takes you about an hour or 2 hours and a half.
Okay.
Which comes relatively close enough to resting time. You've prepared his quarters to the best of your ability. And so it is about that time that it begins to wander upward. Whoa. There we go. Oh, there we go.
That was drifting off to sleep and just becoming unfocused.
Ambrose wanders down, or wanders up rather, and you present him the room. Doesn't seem entirely satisfied, but you can tell that he's a little too tired to care. And takes to his rest, as well as the both of you, if you should so choose.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so about 4 hours into your rest, Dane. You begin to feel some kind of tugging at your clothes.
I sit up. What do I look around?
You sit up and you can see that your cloak is actually standing almost elevated and like tugging to get off of you.
My cloak?
That's right. Make a strength saving throw.
21.
You grip the cloak and prevent it from ripping off of you. You hold this kind of thin, nearly immaterial substance that is both dark, but at the same time transparent when posed, near a light source.
Which way is it pulling?
You can tell that it's pulling a little south.
Okay. I'm going to put it in the bag of holding.
Okay.
And head the direction that it was, stopping by Eric's room and tapping on his door with the Apexis Flora.
Sure. So you suddenly hear a dum, dum, dum.
Huh? No, Ma.
Time to wake up, Eric. It's me. I'm not gonna do that. We might have a problem.
What now? We can't even get one night's sleep.
I know. I'm sorry. The Shade's cloak. It was pulling. I'm afraid it might be trying to get back to someone. I'd rather not run into one alone.
Okay, so Brandon, I didn't ever say this. And as a matter of fact, I've got the stuff up on my screen here to talk about after this rest, that I was going to pile up all the other stuff that we took off the Shades into that hidden office, because it was the most secure room I could think of because it's hidden. But I haven't said that, so I assume I haven't done it. So I don't know where the other cloak is. Just FYI. But wherever it is, I would probably want to check on it.
Sure. So I'm assuming that anything you don't have written down that you have with you or in your rooms is probably in the audience chamber or in the cart.
Okay. So I'm going to follow along with Dane here, and as we pass through the audience chamber, I guess, take a look to see if that stuff is still there.
Would we have achieved a short rest in that time?
Yes.
Okay.
And you begin to head down. And upon reaching the audience chamber, specifically looking for those items, you can tell that they are very obviously gone.
I don't know if there are more Shades. Did they come and take their stuff, or is it tied to them somehow and it's getting called back home, or I don't know what's going on.
Well, I noticed because I was attuning the cloak to myself, and it was pulling on me. It was dragging me in this direction. And I'll pull it out of the bag of holding and see if it's still guiding us in a certain way.
You pull it out. Make another strength saving throw with advantage this time.
Okay. It's only a 6.
With advantage?
1 and a 3 on the dice.
Okay, so he pulls it out to show you, and it just quickly rests from his hand and just flies.
Can
towards
I
the
telekinesis it?
This is interesting. I'll say just go ahead and make a spell attack.
Okay. That's a +9. 27.
You grasp it in the air with the ring. You just have it outstretched, and you can see that it's like fluttering in this invisible grip.
I will.
That thing really wants to go somewhere.
Wonder if we should follow it, or if it's best to let it go.
I got to admit, I'm curious to see where it wants to go.
All right. And I will maintain the hold on it, and I'll follow the direction it's going.
Okay. So you begin to walk across the audience chamber, your footfalls echoing across this vast and empty room, eventually reaching the double doors that lead into the room itself. You push them open, just as you can hear it, the wood kind of grinding against the stone, and you can see that out is the kind of, bluish and nearly orangish hue of the sunrise, essentially, as it were. Following the fluttering cape of the shade, you begin to see it kind of pointing in a direction that looks to be where the mound of garbage is.
Where Rondon buried them?
Right. Well, buried is a very generous term. More like just...
I thought he actually went through and, like, dug graves.
Yeah, I was thinking he did.
He? Okay.
I'm pretty sure he dug.
Anyways, still in that direction then.
Sure. They might not be as finished as we thought.
No, apparently not. I don't know that we can do another round with them if they're back and they have their stuff back.
They don't have this one.
That's true. Any movement coming from the area where Rondon put the bodies?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
You betcha. 16.
Taking a look out with the clear visibility that the sun provides, no movement. You can tell that at the very least the wind is calm. It's a little cloudy. No other movement.
I think it's best to know.
Yeah.
Also, inspiration to Tyler from Carla.
Nice.
Thanks, Carla. Wow. Yeah, I'll cautiously, I'll cast Shillelagh on my staff, which is not concentration.
Okay.
I checked online. And I'll cautiously start moving towards where the thing is leading, continuing on that path.
Okay. You trek onward. Make a survival check for me.
Rolling a lot of 18s tonight, except for that 1 and 3. Survival, the 23.
You take a look at the ground, and you can see that there is... While you weren't there for the burial, because you were tending to other matters. Mm-hmm. You can very obviously see this... Well, I guess it wouldn't be terribly obvious, but you can see that there are darker patches of soil. This kind of black ichor that seems to be dragging a trail along and disappearing into this forested area further out from the fort.
And does it look like there are empty holes in the ground?
Looking around the area, you would notice it, yeah.
Okay.
I will pull the thing back and put it back in the bag of holding. Because we have another heading now that we can follow. And I will cast Locate Creature, focusing on one of the shades. As long as that creature is within 1,000 feet, I know where they're at. I planned for, like, all these spells are prepared for, like, getting around Tenebrium and, like, finding people.
Uh-huh.
I didn't prepare nothing for combat yesterday.
All right, yeah, excellent. You grip the staff, and you quickly begin to feel the power of its influence spread beyond yours. You can sense that the creature that you are tracking is indeed within 1,000 feet of you and appears to be crawling further away from where you are.
Crawling, like I can tell that it's
You can
like
tell,
slow movement.
you can tell the direction of its movement, and we'll just say that you know that it's crawling.
Okay. This way, and I'll just keep following that heading.
Okay.
Eric, how are you on health?
Oh, actually, I'm so sorry.
I used some hit dice during the short rest, so I'm full.
Okay.
As you begin to continue outward, there is one detail that that you notice, and that is that the barrier around Fort Varus seems to flicker and suddenly dissipates into this shower of, like, almost like dust that just kind of fizzles out into nothing. And suddenly you are in complete darkness, with some of you having some sort of sight. I think both of you, both of you have.
Yeah, we both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that effect essentially goes away, and so the fort is unprotected.
Great day for it.
No. How far ahead is it?
How far ahead is it? Brandon.
Let me see.
Okay. He was still enough. I didn't know if he was frozen.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
You can sense the direction of the creature's location, but you don't know how far it is away from you. But you know that it's within 1,000 feet of you, and it's moving away.
Just this way. It's within 1,000 feet. I don't know how within. But it's not moving quickly.
The fact that it's not moving quickly makes me think it's hurt, and we don't really want to give it a chance to go heal up. So I think we have to keep after it, right?
I think so. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
Nah, let's go home.
Right. Fortunately, Mr. Warlock, you got all your spells back.
Yes. That is very fortunate, because I had one spell slot left.
Yeah.
You continue onward, following the spell, which lasts
Up to 1 hour.
up to 1 hour. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Wait just a second here. And even if you didn't have the spell up, there's a very clear trail that you were able to discern.
Right.
And so following that, dodging in between trees and bushes and rocks and all kinds of, large roots throughout the place. And as you continue walking, you can tell that this is, it's a very large area that once was, what do you call it? Like, civilized, but it seems to all be like overgrown. You can obviously tell that there are, pieces of like cobbled stone, which appear to just be like, like that have moved and shifted throughout the changing of the seasons and ages. Pieces of rubble and ruin everywhere. Eventually, as you continue onward, you can very clearly see these two lumps of shadow, almost like oozes, almost dragging along the floor.
That's not how we left them.
How do we stop them?
I assume we're within 120 feet because I can see them, and that's my devil sight. I want to try to dispel magic on whatever's making them shadowy and not like corporeal people. I'm going to cast that at 3rd level.
Okay. You shoot the spell out, but it doesn't find any specific magical effect. Nothing that could really hone in on. That I could really hone in on.
Okay.
But you cast that, and you can see that the creatures turn around, and you can see these mouths begin to open up from the center of them, almost like spiked beaks made of sludge begin to open up from the center. And I need you guys to roll initiative.
All right. Don't like this. Guess who still doesn't have any combat spells prepared?
Yeah.
Please.
And just give me a second here, guys.
They're large creatures.
Big boys. Oh, what did I do?
Are these trees all stumps, or is that just cut off so we can see under the canopies?
They're all full trees.
Okay.
Eric, what's your initiative?
22.
And Dane.
5.
Excellent.
Super on brand.
So starting off the combat, it's actually you, Eric.
Okay, well, they turn around, they open their beaks, and that freaks me out enough. I'm just going to immediately pull out my wand and kind of inspired by Rondon, that purple energy that comes out of the wand forms chains that go and try and place themselves over the pile of sludge with a beak as I cast Hold Monster.
Okay.
And it needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
Go ahead and just which one are you targeting?
Oh, I'm sorry. The number 2.
That is a 16.
That does not do it. So it is paralyzed.
All right, so you can see the chains just travel outward, creating this metal kind of sliding sound as they wrap around. And describe what do the chains look like again?
They're that glowing purple energy, large, the
Links.
like thicker than your thumb for the metal that makes the links that just go around and go down into the ground, but they're not connected to the ground or anything. It's just magically. It's more for visual effect than actual change.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. Excellent. All right. And so the creature stops moving as the magical effects takes hold.
And
elsewhere.
I'll just say to Dane, that one should be able to stay put while we work on this other one. And I'm going to just stay where I am. I think that's my turn.
All right. So it comes to this one, the first one. Let's turn. And you can see that, as before you had seen, it opens up this kind of this mouth in the center of it, almost forming like a blackened, like ooze-like beak. And you can see that it begins to almost like undulate, and this globule of blackness just slobs over in your direction, catching both of you. I need you both to make dexterity saving throws.
7.
13.
So neither of you succeed. You both take, oh my god, 35 points of necrotic damage.
Yikes.
And your movement is halved until the end of its next turn.
All right.
Let me. So I rolled an 18 on my concentration check. It's half of the damage, right?
Half of the damage, or 10, whichever's higher.
Yeah, so half would be 17 and a half. So, whew. Okay.
Nice. Good.
All right, so that is that turn there. Now it is the second shade's turn. It is unfortunately paralyzed, and so it makes another save
no.
at the end of the turn.
At the end of its turn, yeah.
All right, so that is a 20 total.
Ooh, that does it. Ouch.
All right. Well, fortunately for you, though, that's the end of its turn.
Right.
Right.
And it now comes to Dane. Your turn.
So I guess seeing the chains disappear, I'm doing some measurement. I apologize.
You're good.
Yeah, seeing the chains disappear, I am going to
Cast polymorph. Cast charm person.
I'm going to plant the not plant it, but like put it in the ground. I'm going to reach down and yep, water it.
Yeah.
Wait for the sun to come up. Just watch it. I'm going to reach down. I'm going to touch the ground, and there's going to be a slight rumbling, and then walls of stone are going to shoot up around them and encase them on all sides. I can do.
Interesting. Isn't this what you wanted to do last time?
It was super like high on my list, but I was like, I'll try charming them. Nah. So I can do 10 panels that are 10 by 20 feet and 3 inches thick. So I should. This math is gonna break me because it's so much.
So you're closing them in through every, like you're basically creating
I'm
like a hemisphere.
entombing them.
Yeah.
Yes. So around this should be 1, 2 panels there. 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'll use 6 of those 10 panels just to go around them.
Uh-huh.
And then yeah, the remaining 4 is just enough to go over on top.
Excellent. So then, as you plant your staff in the ground, the walls of stone suddenly erupt from underneath them, and you can hear this breaking and slamming of stone walls as they become completely entombed, and just everything falls silent as it just. Is that your turn?
Yeah, unless they can dig out through the ground, they're stuck there.
How long does this last?
Well, if I concentrate on it for 10 minutes, it lasts forever.
Okay. Then maybe let's just see what happens.
All right. Yeah, it's my turn.
Okay. At the end of your turn, it now becomes Eric's turn.
Eric is going to move a little bit away from Dane, just in case they come out that we can't both be caught in a glob of goo again. Half movement, so I don't have a lot that I can do, but I'll go, well, I want to go where I can see, so I'll go there. And I'll hold a eldritch boom that if I see one come out of the stone, I'll unleash an eldritch boom. But other than that, that's my turn.
Okay. And Dane, if you could, or Tyler, if you could update Dane's health for me.
Oh, sure.
Oh.
Sorry.
You begin to hear some sounds coming from within. This kind of thrashing. And you can see that parts of the stone wall begin to crack. And pieces of stone from the very top layer of the stone just begin to like and fall apart.
I suppose that's an option as well.
I wouldn't want that falling on me. That's just going to crush them, right?
And again, from another side, you can see it just like pieces of stone beginning to fall off.
Each panel has 90 hit points. Just for your tracking.
Each panel has 30 hit points.
Per inch of thickness.
Oh, okay.
And for the 20-foot panels, they're 3 inches thick.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, so you begin to see some breaking. But that is their turn. Dane, it's now your turn.
Well, I am pretty
You're
tapped
pretty
out on magic. So I don't think containing them is going to be an option for very long. Ooh.
Yes.
Sleep. I can cast it once without using a spell slot, as high as I have spell slots available. Can I cast it with spell slots? Long rest.
So you haven't finished a long rest yet.
No, I'm no, never mind. I just have access to the spell, so of course I can cast it with a spell slot.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't need to be able to see the point within range.
For what?
To cast sleep.
Interesting. Let me see.
Creatures within 20 feet of a point you choose within range are affected. There's nothing about a point you can see. The downside is my maximum level is 4th right now. And that would only give me
Setting order, hit points, ignoring unconscious creatures, starting at
11d8, which isn't going to be very much.
Even if it is a point you can see, if you put it right there, wouldn't that get?
Presumably, yeah.
Oh wow, that's kind of crazy. Okay.
What's that? What's that?
It's crazy that it doesn't require line of sight or anything.
Oh, yeah. So, I'm going to use my last 4th level spell slot.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast it inside the area of the wall of stone. And I'm going to read one thing quick to double check the exact wording on my feet. Additionally, you may cast it once per long rest at any level without expending a spell slot, and may re-roll any die that rolls a 1 when cast. Is that just when I use the feature that way?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So at 4th level, that should be 5 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2, 11d8. I'm going to roll 5 at a time. 16, 19 for the first 5. $35 plus 1. 36 points. I don't think it's going to be enough. But we will find out, I guess.
Okay. The magical blue sand kind of shimmers out and almost falls down, almost like.
And it flows from that pouch of sand that I just tied from it.
Neat.
Nice.
Very cool. And you're unaware of whether or not it has had an effect.
Yep.
Is that your turn?
That is my turn.
Eric, it is now your turn.
I'm wishing I hadn't gotten such a good initiative.
It worked out in the first round.
Yeah, it did. I will. This is for flavor more than anything.
Okay.
I'm going to quickly stow the thorn wand and get out the wand of webs and just try and cover. I'll use how many charges does this wand have? I'll use like all but one. It's got 7 charges. I'm going to use 6 charges to just try and cover the stone with web, as if that were going to reinforce it somehow.
Interesting. I'll say that this can.
Would it raise the AC?
Yeah.
Good thinking.
Let me take a look here quick. Yeah, I'll say, what's your proficiency bonus?
Proficiency bonus is 4.
So it raises it by 4, so the wall's AC is now 19.
Nice.
Pretty
Okay.
dang good.
As it just,
Yeah.
you can see that the web kind of spreads out and just blankets it, and you can see that all of like the pieces of like stringiness begin to like reinforce it and hold it together even further.
All right. Cool. Movement's not still halved, right? That was just for that one turn.
Right.
Okay. This tree that I'm standing next to, I'm going to use my spider boots to climb up it far enough that I can see the top of this stone structure, so that if it looks like any holes are coming into the top, I'd be able to spot it.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
Excellent. All right, so now it comes to one of the shades here. You can hear more thumping, but none of the stones seem to actually shift. And again, just this thrashing from the inside, though it doesn't seem to be making any kind of physical impact on the prison that you surrounded it in. And Dane, it's your turn.
That was a great play. Oh, it doesn't seem it's going to hold them forever. Need to be ready with me.
3 hours later, and then
Right.
you're still like, and then
Right.
they're gonna bust out any second now.
I
No,
wonder.
move out of the way. Move. No.
I'm going to use Dream Shift as a bonus action.
Does that come back at a short rest?
Short rest.
Okay, cool.
And I can move through solid objects at half speed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to step inside.
No! As he walks through, Dane, what are you?
So you
And
can
I'm
see
going to-
both of the shades there just slamming against the wall as you kind of just like. Bloop.
I wanted to just poke my head in and talk to him, but I would have to end my movement there, and that would mess me up. And for my action, I'm going to say, "Are you capable of reason in this state?" As a attempt to persuade them to talk.
So you are ending your turn inside.
I'm ending my. I don't have any more movement.
Oh, okay.
I used 20 to get to it, and then it's half movement to walk through, so that put me at 30.
All right.
And I'm really banking on the fact that they have disadvantage on their attacks against me.
So, that was your bonus action, right?
Bonus action to Dream Shift,
Okay.
and then my movement.
You still have an action. Do you want to use your action to make the persuasion check?
That was my hope, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Natural 1.
So you step inside and say that, and they go. As Eric, you see Dane, suddenly the lines between the worlds begins to blur, and you can kind of see him. It's like when you like have to squint a little to like be like, ah, yeah, and then he just like phases through the wall because freeze. reasons.
Yeah.
Because reasons. Because
gonna
Dane
go in the
half
lion's
thinks his
cage.
plans.
I think I want to die today. Norina, I'm coming. So yes, it's your turn.
I'm looking to see if I have to be able to see Dane to cast. No, excellent. Can go through 1 foot of stone. I'm going to use a
Finger of death.
cantrip and message Dane. Are you okay? What's going on? That is my action, because I don't know whether I should be concerned or this is all part of a master plan.
Do you want to use your reaction, Dane?
Can I respond on my turn for free?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll respond on my turn.
Okay. It's probably gonna be, oh God, oh my leg.
We'll see.
No, that doesn't go
So-
in there.
Oh God.
All right.
If oh no, that was my action. Yeah, no, I can't ready an action.
Any
That's
bonus?
it. I'm done. No.
All right. So it becomes the globule shade of Onor's turn. And there
I was playing
is
school.
a ferocity that it unleashes upon ya. As you can see, it's like that strange kind of ooze-like beak kind of come out, and once again, it kind of undulates, and you can see this blackened globule just lob at you from the inside of this space, and just. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Does it hit him also? In that range?
It would if he wasn't immune to that.
Alright, well, it was worth asking. 14.
Uh, 14 does not succeed.
Okay.
Unless you want it to.
Not this time. I'm okay.
You take 25 points of necrotic damage as the globule suddenly explodes all over you, and you have the black eye core suddenly almost like seeping into you, and you can feel this necrotic presence almost eating away at your cells.
Alright. And the wall of stone disappears because I rolled an 8 on my concentration check.
All right. Suddenly, the wall crumbles and turns to dust, and the web descends upon all of you. So this is what kind of saving throw,
For the web.
Eric?
So, okay, here's what it says. If you start your turn in the webs or enter them, you must make a dex saving throw if you or you're restrained. If you are restrained, you make a strength check, not saving throw, to break free.
Right, but what does it say when you initially like throw it? Because this is essentially the web is descending on everyone.
Is it just when you begin your turn?
Yeah, each creature that starts its turn in the webs is what it says.
Okay, so then
Must make a dex saving throw.
all right, nothing else happens then.
Okay.
Okay. Get rid of these these invisible notes now. Invisible. That is its turn. It is now the second one's turn, and it is going to... Actually, let me see if it's affected by this at all. Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait, no. It needs to make a save, right?
Yeah.
Strength?
Dex.
Oh,
Dex.
Dex.
Dex to see if it's restrained. If it is restrained, it's a strength check to break free, but it uses its action.
That's a 20 dexterity saving throw.
So it is not restrained, which means it can take its action.
Okay, but it still moves at half speed? I think it becomes difficult terrain.
There's a lot of text for this spell.
Yeah, it's a really complicated one.
Yes, difficult terrain, lightly obscure the area.
So it gets right there. Let me see if this comes back. It does not. So it's just going to use its turn to dash to you, but that's it. Dane, it's now your turn.
All right. I'll respond to Eric's message, but like loud. I thought maybe I could talk to them. It didn't work. As I'm like reeling from the, like as the wall disappears, I'm like kind of stumbling backwards a bit and catching my balance.
Sure. It was like a sucker punch. It was like, "Goo," and like it broke, like it threw against the wall and it broke the whole thing.
Yeah, basically. I think I gotta get monstery. And I am going to go for... Well, first I gotta roll a dexterity save, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because every creature, not just the ones you don't like.
Yeah.
9.
So you are restrained.
So the web falls upon you.
Which means...
You can use your action to make a strength check to break free.
Okay. Just have to recheck my list one more time to make an informed decision.
Tyler.
So, as I'm kind of stumbling backwards and then the webs fall, I'm kind of like, it looks like it like pushes me down, like I'm prone, but then rising back up from it is a giant minotaur man. As I use a wild shape to monster shape into a minotaur. And I draw the greatsword I've been carrying.
Boom.
And I will attack the one directly in front of me with the greatsword.
Excellent.
Mother custard. That's an 11. Depending on the ooze, it might be. They're usually pretty low AC, but...
Yep, that hits.
Nice. Right. Now, the Minotaur stat block has a great axe. I'm using a great sword, but the great axe does 2d12. Does that mean I do 4d6?
No, you just add an extra die.
Got it. I need to get a great axe. 6 plus 4. So that's 10 slashing damage.
10 slashing damage. All right, so
As I let out a moo.
does it not have multi-attack?
No.
Oh, shit.
But I can make attacks with advantage if I want.
Gotcha.
Reckless.
All right, then. So, Eric, it's now your turn, and you see Dane suddenly get slammed against his own wall as it crumbles around him and turns into dust. You can see that, thankfully, it doesn't, like, there's no residual stone to fall on top of him, but it just disappears, and the web also falls on top of him, as you see him turn into the Minotaur and moo.
And moo. I'm gonna drop concentration on the webs.
Okay, so suddenly it fizzles out.
And then again pulling the thorn wand rather, back out, throw a hex on number 2 there. So kind of a little burst of that purple energy comes and encompasses the ooze, and then just sort of like seeps into him, and then it's just sort of a dark purple aura around it. And then gonna throw a Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
Into it. Blast or boom? Which one do I want to do?
If you do boom, you can like choose behind it.
Yeah.
So you can like get
So-
both of them.
So I'm gonna do boom. Yeah, 3d12. Yeah, I'm gonna do boom back here-ish, so that maybe a little further back. Because what is it? 15 foot, 20 foot, 15 foot. So right there would catch both of them, but not Dane.
Okay, so 15 foot. Like that?
Yes.
All right, yeah, so describe. I think this is the very first time that you use Eldritch Boom.
It is. I've never had an opportunity to do it without catching some of my friends. So sparks are actually coming off out of the tips of the thorns on this wand, and the sparks come out and sort of coalesce into this ball of sparkling electricity that then shoots out, and when it gets to its destination, it actually sucks in for just a split second, and then there's a huge boom as it explodes outward.
I love it.
They need to make a Constitution saving throw, and it's half damage if they succeed.
Okay. So that is a 15 on the first. And a 14 on the second.
Those both fail. So they take 15 points each of force damage.
Boom.
Plus the hex, right?
For the one, yeah.
For the one that, yep. So for the one that I hexed, it gets an extra 5 points of necrotic damage. I don't know if they're immune to a necrotic, but
Which it does not affect it, unfortunately.
ugh.
Good hustle, though.
All right, that's your action, and your bonus, you still have movement.
Yeah. I'm gonna move again because being too close to Dane probably not a good idea with their area of effect. However, I am up a tree like 20 foot so that I could see the top of the thing. So I'm going to come back down and just move back about as much as I can with the movement that's left. So that's it.
Okay, excellent. So it comes up to this shade. And it is going to decide to attack you, Dane.
Okay.
That's a 21.
Hits.
You take 20 points of necrotic damage.
Goodness.
As you can see, it forms this jaw out of ooze and just kind of reaches out toward you. And it actually moves away.
I will use my reaction to attack it.
Go ahead.
Also, as a point of correcting, I will say my last turn I did a reckless attack because I was restrained, so I should have made that attack with disadvantage.
Oh, okay.
So I'll say it was reckless to even that out because I didn't roll with disadvantage.
So you want me to?
So I guess if you want to, see if that's a crit.
It's not.
Okay. But that means that this attack is also at advantage because I'm no longer restrained, right?
I think you can shoot. Does it say that it lasts the whole turn or for the attack? What does it say?
I guess I assumed it was the same as the barbarian feature, but let me go back to it. At the start of his turn, the Minotaur can gain advantage on all melee weapon attack rolls. During that turn, but all attack rolls against me have an advantage until the start of my next turn.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not with advantage anymore. But that is a natural 19, so 25.
Yeah, definitely hits.
All right, and then
they have an AC of 8 right now.
Right. It's a little better. 16 points of slashing damage.
16 points of slashing as you bring down the greatsword.
It was the one that moved away. It was an opportunity attack.
Oh, right. That's what I meant to do. There we go. All right. And now it's the other one's turn, and this one is... Let's see if it comes back. Nope. So it's going to attack. And with advantage still, right?
Yeah, because it's all attacks against me till my next turn.
That's 25.
That hits.
That's 21 points of necrotic damage. As once again, this thing bites out at you. And it will also move away.
I'm going to use my second reaction.
That's not a thing. But it is your turn now. I really wish that they added like a temporary point, like hit points bar.
Yeah.
To Rask. That'd be cool.
For wild shapes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can do like temporary hit points, but not like
it doesn't visually
wild shape.
Right, doesn't show up.
Right. You know what's awesome is that they moved away from me, which means that I get a charge attack. So, poggers. I have a speed of 45 feet. So I'm going to go for the one that's been hit more. I'm going to make a gore attack.
All right, so move,
which I have to roll. If I can only miss if I roll a nat one. So, now that I've said it,
Yeah.
19 again. So
Okay.
that's
He's gonna
a
use
25
its parry. No, I'm just kidding.
25 to hit.
There he goes. Yeah. That
Um,
hits.
I assume it can't be knocked prone, but I do get to do more damage to it.
Right.
So that's 2d8 for the charge, 2d8 for the thing, plus 4. 11, 14, 15, 19 points of piercing damage.
19 points of damage.
Um,
Bam.
and I don't have a choice to not push it away with that. It says it must make a saving throw or be pushed up to 10 feet away.
Okay. What kind of save?
I guess up to 10 feet away. So can I push it 0 feet away?
What? What's the wording?
It says if the target is a creature, it must succeed on a DC 14 strength save or be pushed up to 10 feet away and knocked prone.
That's
I assume it can't be
weird.
knocked prone.
I'll say that you can choose not to. I mean, why wouldn't
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to get it farther out of combat.
you? Yeah. All right. Is that your go?
That is my turn. Thank you.
Okay. So, Eric, it's your turn. You're in a tree.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna sprint. With my awesome halfling speed to there, and
So you've come down from the tree, or are you still in the tree?
I came down the turn before and then just
Oh, okay, gotcha.
stepped a little bit.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I used 25 feet of movement to move one square on the map because 20 of it was vertical.
Sure.
You could just jump down.
Yeah, I know. But I got these cool boots, man.
Right, that's fair. That's fair.
And I'm gonna do another Eldritch Boom back behind them so that it catches them. Why can't I ever get the shapes to draw for me? Like that.
Excellent. So they both need to make a con save.
Yeah, con.
13 and 12.
No and no. So where did I put those D12s? Find one of them now. I'm just gonna roll it 3 times.
Oh, the D12 getting some love.
21. 22 points of force damage.
Sheesh.
And even though I know it doesn't matter, the one that's got the hex gets 1 point of necrotic damage.
Okay. All right, boom! As the energy surges and expands, you can see that one of them is faltering. Is that your turn?
That's my turn.
So now it becomes one of the shades here, and it is... It gets its ability back. So I need both of you to make dexterity saving throws as it lobs another globule behind you, Dane, and catches Eric in the process.
Far enough away. Stupid move. What is it? Dexterity?
Mm-hmm.
13.
17.
Dane succeeds, Eric fails. So, Eric, you take 31 points of necrotic damage.
I take 15.
That's right. Yep. As the globule just explodes, and you can feel it eating away at you. And it is... It's going to keep moving away, so go ahead and make your opportunity attack.
Yep. I'm just going to pin it to the ground. 9.
my god, that barely hits.
Yep. I rolled a 3. So, 3d6 plus 4, I believe. That is a 12 points.
You cleave into it with your great sword and slam it on the ground, and you can see that it the ooze just kind of explodes, and there is just this puddle of black ichor on the ground. Now it is
number 2's turn, right?
Number 2's turn. Yeah. And it is going to roll.
After I did the thing,
Uh-huh.
I turn and point the sword at the next one. Just as a flavor thing.
Sure. And it does get its ability back. So I need both of you to make a dexterity saving throw as it lobs another globule between the both of you.
Can't win them all. That's a 4 for me.
Okay.
I beat that. 5.
Oh. Both of you take 33 points of necrotic damage as it explodes out, covering both of you in this black ichor.
I am going to, for the first time ever, use my nightmare ability.
Okay.
Or whatever it is. What is it called?
What'd it do?
I've got one thing from the Path of Dreams and Nightmares, the monstrous resilience. And once per short rest, when a wild shape is reduced to 0 hit points but wouldn't be killed outright, I choose to drop to 1 hit point instead.
Okay. Yeah, so describe how that happens.
Once again, like the thing explodes and it puts me down, and like the blue kind of shimmers start, like I'm about to shift, and then it just solidifies back in, and I stand back up and I point the sword back at the thing again, and I just shake my head.
Okay, and it's going to use its movement to move away. That is its turn. Dane, it's now your turn. As you turn back to see Eric lying in a puddle of black ichor. The ooze seeping into every pore.
Hoping that I have a few seconds to spare, I'm going to take a step forward, stepping through the remains of its buddy,
Mm-hmm.
and holding the holding the sword out. I'm going to cast a Lunar Surge from the blade, and that is Constitution saving throw, please. 18.
And you'll be pleased to know that it does so with disadvantage.
Very good. Is the moon in the sky?
It is.
Is it full?
It is not full.
Dang, okay.
No, wait, hold on.
I don't get how the moon works.
Hold on. What time is it? No, it's 7:30 a.m. The moon is not out.
Okay, well, my first roll was pretty good.
So that is a 12.
That is a failure, and it takes 17 radiant damage.
Which you can see that this creature is vulnerable to.
That was my hope.
So it does double damage.
34.
34 points of damage. As you see... Actually, how do you want to do this?
As I'm walking after it and I hold the sword out, it the shimmering kind of slides up the blade until it coalesces at the point, and then it just releases this beam that just burns it away.
And interestingly enough, it does burn it away. As it strikes the center of it, you can see that the black ooze, there is none left. As it burns from the inside out and just turns to nothing.
Does the ambient moonlight affect the ooze that I'm standing in?
No.
Okay, that was worth asking. I think I used 15 feet of movement to get there, so I will use my remaining 25 to get back to Eric. And bonus action Dane Shift.
Okay.
Or Dane Shape.
Eric, make a death save.
Yeah. That is a 13.
Okay, success. And then it would come to your turn, Dane.
All right, and I'm going to do at, let's see, highest spell slot I have is 3rd level, so I'm going to cast Cure Wounds, which is not bad. 19 points of healing.
All right. So, Eric, you come to consciousness as you actually cough out this black substance.
Ugh. Ugh. Are they... Did they
Wipe
get
it off
away?
my face. No. I think it's actually done this time.
Can we check the cloak? See if the cloak's still trying to go anywhere?
And I'll kind of push up on the staff to get up from the kneeling position, and I'll reach and I'll get a tight hold on the cloak, and I'll pull it out to see if it does anything.
It does not move.
I am going to, for good measure, I'll move back down to where the the puddle of remaining goo is from the other, and I'll cast another Lunar Surge. Like at the puddle, just to hope that it's going to deal with it. I don't want it trying to redo the thing again.
You aim the staff down, and the beam begins to charge, and it strikes the puddle in the ground, and there is a deafening screech unlike any other you've heard as the blackness is burned completely away.
Can you imagine if I hadn't thought of that?
No, that we would have been like every 12 hours we would have been fighting these things again.
It's like that Bone Devil, but worse.
Yeah.
Oh. I don't think there's anything to loot this time.
It doesn't look like it.
Let's go home.
Please.
Well, actually, from the puddles, or the remains of both of them that were there, the same objects that you had taken from them are laying there.
Well.
So you retrieve those once again.
Sure.
Bag of holding.
There you go.
I'm so glad we have one now. I've wanted one for so long.
Yeah.
It's the true mark of like a seasoned adventurer.
Right? And I will I'm gonna use my remaining wild shape to turn into a rockling. And I'm going to lower myself for Eric to climb on.
And leave Eric there.
Bye.
Oh, so I'll see you back at the fort? Okay, see ya.
Yeah.
I will climb on and just sort of slump into the feathers, accept a ride back.
All right. You get on top of Dane, and you guys begin to head back to the fort, which isn't terribly far away. And with that, we'll take a short break.
Excellent.
So we'll be back in about 15 minutes or so. We'll say 10 after.
Sure.
Yeah, that works.
All right. We shall see you soon. There we go, and we're back. All right, so... Actually, let me remove this. Remove. Oh. Okay. All right, so you all... Nothing happened. You all, it's just the two of you.
Yeah.
Eventually you arrive at Fort Varus, recovering from that endeavor, wounded, and you resume your rest, I presume.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Eventually the hours begin to pass.
Can I resume attempting to attune to that cloak?
Yes.
Okay.
And with the time passing, eventually you begin to awaken from your slumber. It is dark.
Excuse me. All right, long rested. It's convening with Eric and eating breakfast at Rondon Madoff's Green.
Sure, yeah. Hey guys, I made my very own original spiced potato recipe.
We're going to have to talk about how original that is.
Right. I wonder, Eric, I was hoping to head to Berkshire today, like we talked about as we were flying back.
I was so groggy, I don't know what we talked about.
Right. I wonder if we should wait until tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess I was gonna say it'll still be dark there, but that's kind of a stupid thing to say. But it there's probably not a whole lot of reason to be going there until people are up and about.
Right. But at least until our defenses are back up.
Yeah. And I'm sure we can find some projects around the fort to do while we're waiting.
Aye, that's true. And I will need a moment to prepare the spells I need for the day. If you would like to, if you have anything you want to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the office where we found Charles.
Okay.
And talk to Charles. And so just gonna get the sword out and hold it and say, Hey, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Why do you sound different when you're talking to me than you do when Dane and the others could hear you?
Well, you see, it's very simple. I reflect the darkness within.
Oh, so that doesn't say great things about me, does it? Okay, well, I mean, I feel like if there was a curse involved with you, I would know it. So no offense that I'm even saying that. I just want to know that we're all good, right? I mean, I'm helping you. What happens exactly when the counter here gets down to 0?
Let's just say that whoever does reach 0 with me will have 99 times the power they do now.
Well, that sounds appealing, that's for sure. Okay, well, that's good to know. There's nothing we can do about the whole you knocking me unconscious and almost killing me when I used you last time, right? That's just something that's going to happen.
Correct. As part of the enchantment, I must devour. I hunger for the life source.
Yeah, I get that. I just don't want it to be mine. Okay, well, promise you're not going to kill me in your sleep? In my sleep, rather?
Pinky promise! No.
The sword grows a little
Yeah,
hand.
besties!
Why does that feel like Adventure Time nonsense?
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Good talk. And I'm gonna spend a little bit of time here. Let's say, I don't know, an hour, looking at the books that were in this room. I just did a cursory sweep through them, but now I'm spending a little more time actually looking to see what's here.
Okay. Go ahead and just give me an investigation check.
17.
What you find is more of the same that you had found before, which are just like logs of different inventory, different like trade items that were traded between the neighboring towns and villages. One other thing that you do manage to find that's a little more interesting than that is something that is referred to as the untouched forest.
That sounds important.
Mm-hmm.
It details One such finding beneath Fort Varus that was called the Untouched Forest, where they discovered these strange kinds of trees known as colossus trees. And though there isn't any other way to reach this place, it seems as though there is remains of some ruins of something else. Something strange and archaic. And you can see that in these notes, there is always mentioning of some kind of orb. And there is like this artist depiction of Tenebris holding a purple sphere. But nothing conclusive.
Okay. I'm going to take this book with me to ask Caligast about it later. And that probably killed enough time that Dane has prepared some spells, so I'll go join back up with him.
Okay. All right. Eventually, the two of you reconvene.
So I guess while he was doing that, how much of our like plateau have I seen?
What do you mean?
Like, how much of my area or our area have I like laid eyes on? Like, we're on the mountain where we are, in the flat area where the fort is that's walled in. How much of the landscape do I know?
I mean, a good bit of it. I mean, the thing is, you've flown high above the fort many times.
Right.
You know, going to and from places. So you have a general idea of what the land looks like, but as far as like, you know, scoping the place like on foot to look at things, not so much.
Mm-hmm.
Just what you've trekked, you know, getting in here. And even
Sure.
then, I mean, well, yeah, I mean, you guys ended up walking from the gates to the wall of the keep, and then from there the inside of the keep where there are like some residential houses,
Right.
or the residential area.
Right. So I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to ritual cast Commune with Nature.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking specifically for bodies of water or any like sources of fresh water, any springs, anything like that. And that gives me information within 3 miles, but I'm specifically looking within our area.
Okay. So what you managed to find out is that there are wells all over the grounds of Fort Varus. It's a very easy. I would say it's a very easy area to like find sources of water, especially from where it's located.
Mm-hmm.
It's located right next to the mountains, and from what you know, there is a very steady source of water that flows from the mountains all around in the valley. And so, and there are a number of wells that have fallen in disrepair, though you could invest some time or money into getting them up and running, but there's no lack of a source of water here.
Okay. So what I would like to do is I'll use a wild shape for a... See, I think the Rockling is my fastest flying without using two... 60 feet. Polyfence 120, but that would burn 2 charges. Yeah, so I will use a Rockling wild shape.
Okay.
And I'm gonna fly just low enough that I can see the terrain, but I'm gonna scout for like a flat area that would be good for like starting farms. Like a flat enough area that we could probably establish a small village.
I'll have you go to the grounds of Fort Varus map.
I'm on it.
And let me change the map for the other screen as well. So as you can see here, there is a number of there are a number of spaces that are open. You tell me where you want this.
So am I limited by well placement, or is it just going to be there's wells near enough to pretty much anywhere I look that okay. I suppose like here-ish, somewhere in this region. Not far outside of the keep, but like a large enough area that it's like not right up against the wall. Like the proper keep within the main outer walls of the thing. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Give me 1 second here. Is this for your Druid's Grove? Just curious.
No.
What is this for?
Well, I plan on using a spell to do some terraforming. Basically, I'd like to find the fresh water source, like a well or whatever, disrepair or not, and I'm going to cast Move Earth to try and open up the earth where the well is and hope to make like a pool or a lake of some sort of larger body of fresh water.
Okay.
And then for the full 2 hours, I'm going to be making a stream that will run through the area where the farming is going to be happening.
Gotcha. Okay. All I need is a reference picture.
You need me to find one?
No, I got it.
Okay.
I just needed to know what you were doing to...
Got it.
To put it down.
Understood. And that 2 hours should cover about as much time as Eric spent, right?
Yeah. Here you go. Here's your farmland.
Perfect.
You can control it.
I mean, yeah, that's as good a spot as any.
Mm-hmm.
And over time, as the days go, I'll extend the stream so that it reaches out to a point and flows off of the edge in a small waterfall. Probably can't do that all in 2 hours just because of time, but
so where are you starting it? I guess we can like start like putting like shapes of blue down, because essentially what this is going to tell me is where I can edit the map to have all these things.
Sure. Well, let's see.
Or you can just use the drawing tool, honestly.
Oh yeah, there's a drawing tool.
Yeah. Just do that. Just change the color first.
Yeah. Yep. I am on it. So essentially, I'll make a, like I said, I'll make like a larger body of it,
Mm-hmm.
and then because it follows terrain, I'll kind of weave through the trees. Assuming that it's not just flat, there's, we're on a mountain, there's going to be some variation.
Exactly.
And I'm just going to kind of make that up as I go until it ends, and waterfalls.
So this will be leading outside of the walls then?
Eventually, yes, the water will... It's got to go somewhere.
Right.
Or it's just going to flood.
Are you going to destroy the wall then? Is that your plan?
No, just under it.
So you're going to make like a grate that like filters out?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. That makes sense. I'll put a note there.
All right.
Grate on wall.
Great.
All right. Man, I fucking love Jurassic. I can just like,
right?
I can select the note tool and then be like, bloop, and then just there's a note, there's a grate there.
It's
and then,
so good.
Yeah, that's so cool. All
And
right,
then,
so we've got that in the works then.
as I'm working on that, if I have another couple minutes, I get to thinking, and I look at kind of the dead grass all around, because a lot of it is still, it was night walkered, right?
Right.
And then, in a moment of curiosity, I'm gonna book it back to where the oak tree is once I'm done, like the spells out. I only have 1 6th level spell slot, so I'm gonna go back to the sprout of the oak tree. Has it grown at all since?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna pull out my water skin. With the magical water in it.
Okay. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah.
And I'm going to just pour a little bit around it to see if it has any effect at all.
Sure.
Just like a drop. Not like just a small splash. Now, I'm not going to pour the whole thing out in case it's pointless, but if I can just get any indication that it's going to do anything.
Make an Arcana check.
Of course, I only have a +1. 4.
No discernible difference. Nothing you can really see happening.
Okay. All right, I'm going to bet the farm on it. I'm going to pour out my whole water skin on the roots of the timber oak tree.
The earth suddenly splits apart as a giant stalk. Nah, I'm just kidding.
Beanstalk.
Yeah. Okay, so the soil around it has now been moistened. That's it.
Nothing.
Mm-mm.
Not even like the special life water from the pond.
Nope.
Dang. I'll kind of slump a little bit, and I really thought that might do something. Oh well. And I think that's all I have for today.
All right. Anything else for you, Eric?
Nothing in particular. Generic cleaning up of things, taking rotten wood and throwing it in our garbage heap, that kind of thing. Just tidying up the place a little bit.
Gotcha. All right, perfect. So during all of this happening, it eventually strikes midnight, and suddenly you all... Yes.
I was just gonna. I will take some time to scout an area for a grove. If I can just find like an already occurring clearing in the trees, like a natural circle-ish shape.
Here.
Okay.
There you go.
And I will go towards the southern, southeast edge, nearest to Berkshire, and I will plant the willow seed that I'd collected while we were on the road.
Okay. Hold on. You're gonna love this. Where is it? Here you go. Here you go. You can put that wherever.
Oh, cool. I can't. Yeah, it's just in the grove.
Okay. Is that where you're gonna put the grove then?
Isn't that where you said the clearing was?
No, you can put it anywhere where there isn't already a building.
Got it. What I'll probably do is go kind of off to the side, away from like where the main path is going to be, not like right on a trafficked area.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll put it over here, and I'll plant the willow, like I said, kind of in towards the edge of it, and then I will line the circle with the ash tree seeds that I'd collected.
Gotcha.
And that'll do it.
Okay. So okay. Eventually, as the clock strikes midnight, you suddenly feel the earth begin to rumble, and suddenly this pulse of magic emanates from the center of Fort Varus. Mm-hmm. And the barrier is erected once more. Eric, there is a lot of garbage inside, and you have cleared a lot, but there's still a lot of work to be done. Nevertheless, the hours pass, and eventually you can choose to take a long rest if you'd like to fast forward the time.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Yep.
All right. Time passes as, your, what would you call them? Your followers,
Projects. Companions,
your subjects, yo peeps. go on about their business. Ambrose continues to, toil away at the machine. The braziers that had been extinguished from before inside of the audience chamber have been lit once more to give, even if it, um, even if it isn't necessarily darkness all the time, the magical material inside of the braziers, burn for, seemingly forever. And especially on those days that the barrier's not erected, it really, helps keep things a little more secure. Alcaeus helps Eric. Calagast, you actually notice that he is taking to the office that had been discovered and has been sifting through the notes and has been making ledgers of his own and making plans for the reconstruction of the fort.
Excellent.
As the steward, he is making preparations for you and is essentially coming up with costs associated with getting everything up and running, as well as balancing different beneficial political alliances within the western side of Primaris, to establish trade routes to make this all possible. Because a town or like a faction that can't trade is a dead faction. No incoming or exporting goods, they're dead.
Right.
And so that all begins to get prepared for you should you want to explore that whenever you have time. The next day passes and you all wake up if you have anything else to do.
If they've got things under control here, should we head to Berkshire?
Yeah, let's check in on some things there.
I do need a word with Calagast before we leave.
Be my guest. I'll clean up these dishes.
All right. I'll go find Calagast, assuming he wasn't at breakfast with us. Calagast, sir. I have a potential favor to ask you.
Sir, don't flatter me with that.
Well, you have a position here, my lord. You are worthy of the title. There is someone I want to help. And I have an idea who might be best suited for the task, but the people she's with now are not. A teenage girl named Charlotte. She has some sort of latent magic abilities that seemingly are hard to control.
Sounds like a liability.
So if I were to bring her here, you would not be interested in keeping an eye on her and perhaps helping her control it?
Don't get me wrong. I am moved by your altruism for saving me. But we are barely able to stand as it is. I do not think it would be wise to bring such an uncontrollable force in at this time.
That is wise. Thank you. I'll wait then until we have better resources to manage the issue. We are going to be heading to Berkshire, perhaps for a couple of days. Is there anything that we can do for you before we leave, or anything you need us to bring back?
I've been looking over our finances, and there is a list of things that we will need for the fort, should we want to make a comfortable living.
Of course. Can you give me a list?
This rolled up scroll that looks to be in pretty good condition. Maybe he like got like a blank one and got parchment and like rolled it up and wrote some things down on it, but it looks like this is like an official document.
Excellent. That's what we like. Thank you.
Trying to scavenge the unpilfered remains of like the office.
Right. All right, we will get what we can, and we'll be back, like I said, perhaps a day or two.
Very well. I should hope that nothing would happen to you, or the defenses, but is there any way that we can communicate with you, should anything go awry?
Perhaps, but not one that I can offer you. I'll speak with Lord Mugweed, and we will see what we can do.
Very well.
So, Mike.
I'm thinking I should have bought 2 Chalky Talkies.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Has it been 3 days since then? We passed. No. Dang.
Yeah, I'll leave a Chalky Talkie with. I don't know. Caligas doesn't really have hands to do the chalk with.
Oh, he's writing stuff, and
yeah, that's true. Probably has a little bit of telekinesis.
You've all noticed he that is exactly right. He can control things to a certain degree, with magical like telekinesis.
Okay, so I'll leave the Chalky Talkie with him, and explain how to activate it, and that he can communicate in the case of an emergency with it.
Excellent. All right. Okay. And with that taken care of, yes.
I'll say, well, I was just going to go to the next thing, but if you had things to say.
Also, I'm not sure where I should send the notes that Caligast is giving you.
I guess, do you want to just DM it on Slack?
Let me see. It's a big old list.
All right.
Do you want me to post it like, well, do you want me to DM it, or do you want me to post it like on a thread or channel?
Well, I was just going to post it into player chat.
Okay.
Once you DM'd it to me.
Hopefully it keeps the same formatting.
And while you're working on that, assuming I have sufficient knowledge of the immediate area around Berkshire, I'll think of a tree that I remember being particularly large enough for the transport via plant spell. And once Eric is ready, I will cast that spell and get us on our way.
Okay. Any district or any area in particular that you want to be near?
I guess a gate near to, because you're looking for like spell components and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So near to like the shopping / production area.
All right, gotcha. All right, and so you approach the tree and you split it open. Bum bum bum. Let's see. Actually, there we go. You arrive in the town of Berkshire.
Is that specifically outside of the gate or outside of the walls?
Not unless, I mean, if you want to be specifically outside of the walls.
No, that's what I'm asking.
Okay. You want to be.
Yes.
Okay.
And then once we are there,
you split the tree open and step inside. Emerging from the outside, you can see the large light of that same spinning crystal from before, casting a light on all of Berkshire. With the walls erected, you can see the shadows casting off, as well as a sea of bodies on the outside. Both humanoid and these darkened creatures.
Mercy. Is there anyone on the walls?
Make a perception check.
It's a natural 20 plus 9.
There are several people that you can see. Specifically, you can see the guards, the Redbrook guards, mounted on several, mounted artillery weapons. You can see several ballista just aiming outward. They don't appear to have noticed you at all, but they appear to be just kind of surveying. You can see lit torches and other kinds of like lanterns being held as well. You can see that, interestingly, the fire they carry is this deep red.
Does that look like the fire that Scaldus was?
Absolutely.
Okay.
As far as I know, there's another Dane inside, so I should be inconspicuous right now, but We need to find out what happened.
Would you prefer to be invisible? We could enter the city and move around invisibly for a short time. If we can get to the mayor's house, he knows us, he trusts us.
Hopefully, if it's still Carlisle. I was going to just kind of be a sparrow following you around, but invisible would work as well.
You're
Sorry. Just like, that sparrow! And I just like shoot it.
It was following you, sir.
It's like, no. Like, that's the bad guy. Just like clouds of sparrows circling
Right.
Berkshire.
I think your shape changes come in handy enough that we should hold on to that for now.
All right. Invisible it is. Unless, well, can we get inside
Yeah, okay, that's good question.
without, raising the alarm? If you just walk up and announce yourself and you've got, a squirrel on your shoulder or something. That's not
Eric
terribly
would probably
strange.
know this, but Mike doesn't remember. Am I a wanted man here? We deflected any suspicion from Eric on the whole Cathel thing, right?
Oh, that's right.
Correct. As far as your standing in Berkshire is, you are in a revered reputation status.
Okay.
You were pretty much, announced to have a crucial, part in the role of dethroning Faustus from the mayor position. And so you are known through Berkshire as heroes and liberators.
So you're right. There probably shouldn't be a second Dane, but yeah, we can just walk in, right? I mean, they love
I
us
assume
here.
So. As long as it's the same Redbrooks.
Well, we'll find out.
I will find out. Is there anyone you can think of that we've seen that could walk in here that wouldn't draw suspicion?
That isn't already in there, you mean?
Right.
Well, they seem to have Scaldus's flame. Is there any way to impersonate Scaldus? Because I doubt he's still here. He was moving town to town, right?
Last we knew.
Disguise yourself as Bon Bimbers or
Yeah.
what was it? I can't even remember.
I
It's such a
don't
stupid name.
remember.
I don't.
I was thinking about like oh gosh, who was the really jerkish dude that we charmed that like just killed his buddies?
Dude, yeah.
Was that Charles too?
That was a Charles, right?
Yeah.
You're talking about Charles the Evoker from the Slasher Gang?
Yeah.
Yes.
But that dude, I mean, he's a slasher
Right.
and dead. But if they're underground and they're not like, I'm a slasher, da 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 da, then he's probably not going to be, hey, wait a second, that was Charles. I will use a wild shape. A wild shape, monster shape into a doppelganger.
Okay.
And I will take the form of
Think Rondon's dad has ever been here?
Well, I should have done Minotaur if I was going to do that. But
You could just do Rondon.
I could just do Rondon.
Sure, if you want to make things complicated.
or
Right.
Balefire or
Kwanseng.
or Kwanseng, yeah. No, I'm gonna become this criminal.
Right. Well, I was just thinking about doing the old
This
guy
murderous,
that we met in line.
serial killing
Right.
criminal.
Sure. I'll do. I'll do Rondon.
Okay, you'll still have your Dane attire. Keep that in mind.
Right. I will put the staff and the great sword in the bag of holding.
Okay.
And I'll keep the armor on. Assuming that it fits my Rondon form. Like it adjusts.
I don't know. Let's look up quick. Player's Handbook.
Any equipment it is wearing or carrying isn't transformed, but magic items, to my understanding.
If it does any, that includes that. Druid features.
Well, that's the. So I guess wild shape, I can absorb it into myself.
Yeah.
But the doppelganger
Mm-hmm.
changing says any equipment it is wearing or carrying isn't transformed. I don't want to turn into a naked Rondon. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't produce clothes, right?
No.
So if I can,
You could just absorb the breastplate.
yeah, I was gonna say I'll just choose to absorb everything but just the normal clothes that Dane wears.
It'll fit you a little loose, but that's fine.
Right.
Just I assume you have like a what is that called? Not a belt, but like a cord that you like fasten your.
Dane has a belt.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I'll keep the Dane clothes when I wild shape, and then I will doppelganger into Rondon.
All right.
Hey, Eric. It's me. Rondon Timbers.
Good
I'm
God.
just not gonna speak.
You had me going.
You're too kind.
What next?
We'll just march right up to the gate.
Yeah. I'll try to imitate Rondon's walk.
Okay. Begin to walk forward, and immediately as you begin to move, now you become visible. They're suddenly shouting from the top of the wall. Just, halt! Who goes there?
Hey. Eric Mugweed, Rondon Timbers. You know us.
Did you say Rondon Timbers?
Yeah, Rondon Timbers. He's right here.
That's me.
Make a deception check with advantage. Because I think that doppelgangers have advantage, right?
Yes. If I'm within 60 feet.
You're close enough.
I have a +7. That's not my advantage die. Let me correct that. That is a 25. 18 plus 7.
Rondon Timbers. Boy, are we happy to see the both of you. I thought there was more of you.
Yeah, they'll be coming along at some point. Rondon's got a little frog in his throat, a little cough going there.
It did sound a little bit different.
Yeah. Why is something going on? Happy to see us just because, hey, I'm happy to see you too? Or is there something you need a hand with?
I'll let Carlisle explain the situation. I don't feel like it's right for me to disseminate that. But, open the gates! And you can hear the, like the, what is it called? Like a wheel turning and like wood beginning to creak. And you can see that the doors suddenly begin to slowly open up. And you can see that the light kind of begins to creep out of the opening of the gate. Eventually, as you step inside, you can see that there is a much more prevalent, like, militaristic force, especially around the gate. A lot of armed soldiers. You can see that there are some mages as well. A call to arms definitely has been requested. And so the guard that was on top of the wall kind of comes down and says, as I said, I feel more comfortable if Carlisle were to tell you himself. Wouldn't want to say anything that would be considered untrue or uneducated.
We don't want to say things that we don't know about. We want to be smart.
He like looks at his buddies and like points.
I give him a big. I imitate the picture.
Oh yeah, sure. And you are basically let go.
I sign a couple autographs on my way through.
Okay.
All right, Rondon, come on. I'm grabbing his arm and like,
I'll
come
mind
on.
link with Eric. Like, being a Rondon is kind of fun.
Yeah.
I'll just get into character and
I guess we'll make our way to Carlisle's place.
Okay. Continuing onward, you can see that the streets are a little bare. Not as bare as when there was like that curfew that Faustus had put in, and there was like all under control. But it seems like most people here. Actually, I'll let you make an insight check, either of you, if you'd want. And you get advantage. Yep.
Yeah. Thank God for advantage. It's a 25.
Sheesh.
Or a natural 1 was the other roll.
Gosh. So Eric, what did you get?
Yeah, my 18 seems paltry in comparison.
No, that's still good.
Actually, let me. Yeah, insight +9.
Okay.
Very wisdom.
There is definitely fear in the hearts of these people. Not necessarily fear of like. You can tell that it's definitely not like the fear from before, where it was like they were afraid of, being caught by Faustus or like being imprisoned or anything like that. It seems more of like a, just like a dread. And a lot of it has to do You can kind of connect the dots of like what's going on outside and what's going on in here. Everything seems perfectly safe. Guessing.
Doppelgangers always have like that lesser detect thoughts up, like reading surface thoughts. Anything, just general things I pick up as I'm going through, other than just fear. If I'm reading surface thoughts of the folks that I'm passing by,
it would be just general like dread, like
yeah.
when is like just example of some thoughts, like how long are we going to be safe,
Right.
you know? Like doubts in the defenses, things like that. I mean, you pass a multitude of people.
Yeah, that's a good enough answer. I know it's a big ask, so I was just curious. Thank you.
Eventually some time passes and you do reach the Redbrook Manor. You can see the large iron gate and the large kind of what is it called? Like the pasture that's outside of the manor that leads to that
courtyard.
The courtyard, that's right. No, not the courtyard.
Lawn.
Yeah, lawn.
Big lawn.
Big lawn. That's the one right there.
I word good.
Yeah. Eventually, the guards do recognize you and they let you inside. And so you are able to reach the interior. There are a number of servants there, which you quickly ask to be led to Carlisle. They all notice you, they recognize you, and given your reputation with this town, you have won the hearts of thousands.
Feels good.
As we move through the halls, I want to look at the ceilings and see if I can spot any of my footprints. Because this is the building where I left footprints on the ceiling.
Right.
Like,
You don't find any footprints, but you notice that the one painting that you had walked through has since been removed from the halls. You continue onward until you reach the study of Carlisle Redbrook, where there are a handful of consorts around him, and they appear to be speaking on different matters. You don't manage to catch any of them, but they look to be, pretty intense and focused in conversation. And eventually, as you are led inside by one of the servants, you can see the older gentleman, the kind of bald on top with this white beard, very weathered look, Carlisle Redbrook, father of Faustus Redbrook, and current Lord Mayor of Berkshire. Says, "Oh, it's been some time. I'm happy to see all of you, but I must ask what brings you back to Berkshire?"
honestly, are there guards in the room with us?
Yes.
Honestly, this is primarily a what we thought was a social visit, but it looks like things have changed a little bit since last time we were here. Is there a opportunity that we might speak to you privately?
Make a persuasion check.
We have a lot of things to talk about, Lord Mayor.
With advantage.
I'm Rondon Timbers.
16.
Okay. The DC isn't terribly low, given your reputation. Or terribly high, I mean.
I knew what you meant.
Yeah. Yes, of course. If you all, as he looks around, could give us a moment. And you can see that the consorts kind of leave, and the guards step to the outside and kind of close the door. What is this all about?
I apologize. You never know who exactly you can trust.
Oh, sorry. I'll just hold up a finger real quick.
Yeah.
Just to cover the bases.
I guess blind now.
I'm going to kind of like lean towards the door to see if there's any thoughts, like listening, eavesdropping.
Most definitely, they are eavesdropping. They are. I mean, from what your understanding is, their job is to keep Carlisle safe.
Sure. Then I will mind link with Eric that they're still listening.
I'm going to respond to Dane real quick. Carlisle knows that the Dane that's here is not the real Dane, right? Does he know that?
I'm not sure. Hey, Lord Mayor, is my buddy Dane around here anywhere?
Dane. I believe that Dane, I haven't spoken with him in several days, but I believe he went outside of the town walls for something.
And surface thoughts, is there any inclination that he is aware that it's not actually me?
No, just like pondering question mark, just like
Okay.
like his memory is kind of failing him.
Sure. I don't remember if I covered that base with him. Like, hey, this guy's here. Like, he's with my blessing.
Right.
I think the only one who knows about Sareem is Duldry.
And Tyron Pilar.
Right.
So no, I don't think so.
Okay, well.
Then I'm glad you stopped me before I blurted it out. Lord Carlisle, we've come up against a group of bandits that operate, or at least used to operate, out of Brookshire. The Slashers. Are you familiar with the Slashers?
Fortunately, I am.
They a magic user of some sort affiliated with them has we lost a very good friend of ours here on the grounds, and buried her just north of town. And
yes, I do remember hearing about that.
Well, they've raised her, and one thing I would really like is to be at least assured that she's safe and that she's happy. Do you know how a person can contact, or do you have any slashers that have run afoul of the guards and perhaps are spending time in a cell?
Yes, the town jail has many delinquents and criminals, possibly some that belong to the slasher gang. As far as communicating with them, I must be honest with you. Given our relationship and how you've helped this town, it's only right that you know its history. You see, I am not entirely innocent when it comes with the affiliation of the Slashers. In the past, the Slashers have both been a great plague upon this town, but also, in times such as these, a great boon. You see, Berkshire only has a certain amount of militaristic might, and the Slashers are able to procure magics and powers that within the law would be impossible for us. They keep us safe in times such as these for the exchange of turning a blind eye to some degree. And that might make me a terrible person and unfit to serve, but in these times I feel people's safety is more important.
I'm sure that history will look well on that decision. You're doing what's best for Berkshire, and I can only respect that. What seems to be the issue right now? The guard is very heavy, and if you don't mind my saying so, the people on the streets there's fear in everyone's eyes.
These are tough times, and with the recent happenings, it has only begun to get worse and even more difficult. There is a strange force that plagues these lands now. Strange creatures prowl about in the darkness, and it is all we can do to keep them at bay. Many have lost their lives trying to defend this great town, and it is difficult to even leave Berkshire. Trade has become nearly impossible, and those that do come to exchange goods are defended by a very heavy guard. Thankfully, the return of Lord Taltic of Onor has brought good trade and protection to Southern Primaris.
Because we had a hand in helping Lord Baron Taltic come back. He actually gave us our own plot of land, and we are now lords.
Is that so?
I mean, yes.
Dane immediately.
Right.
Guards! Murder! Someone's been murdered.
We have received Fort Varus, and as such, we can, once we are more established, I don't know where this voice is going. Once we're more established, we can help support you any way we can.
It's very generous, and I'm relieved to hear that you are coming up in the world. Truly, if there were any deserving of such titles, it would be you, my friends.
Shucks, thanks. Um, I wanted to ask about Charlotte was left here. Dane was interested in finding out about Charlotte last time we talked to him.
Of course. Charlotte continues to reside here within the Redbrook Manor. She has slowly begun to come into her what's the word?
Abilities.
There you go. Into her abilities and her affinity for politics, coming from such a noble background.
That's great news.
Make a deception check. Just a straight one, no advantage.
Dang. 15.
Oh. Here. He hands you a handkerchief.
Thank you.
You might be coming down with something. I'd be careful, Rondon.
I thank you for your concern. Ain't nothing can kill me. I'm Rondon Timbers.
But yes, Charlotte has been doing well.
Well, that's really good. We'll make sure to report that to Dane, who you said left the city, huh? Went outside the walls?
Yes, it's been several days now. I sure hope
Well,
something hasn't happened to him, but I have the utmost confidence.
oh, sure. Dane can take care of himself.
He is a very powerful, very capable man, if lacking a little confidence.
He's also he's also the best looking guy I know.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
I would.
If I can ask, any word on your son? How is he faring?
I've not been able to communicate with Faustus, unfortunately. It seems as though communication with the interior kingdoms is a little difficult. Seems as though most has been cut off.
When we find Dane, he has this special way that he can help you talk to someone while they're sleeping. Would you like him to maybe allow you to do that if you want to talk to Faustus?
I'm grateful, but I am not as comfortable with magics in that way.
Okay.
Abracadabra.
Right.
Hey, hey, hey.
Um. So what can we do right now to help you? What?
If you had the time and the resources, I would ask your help. But I fear that in these times, there is only so much one can do for others. And that is not. I say that with a heavy heart.
I don't think that's true. I think that in these times, all we can do is help each other out.
I would
What
not
else can
want
we
to
do?
I would not want to draw your resources, but I would be grateful nonetheless.
What is it that needs to be done?
Ideally, some way to fortify our defenses, to pave a secure route between neighboring towns. I don't know if this plague will disappear anytime soon, but we're doing all we can to keep it at bay at the moment. And we lose numbers every day.
That might be beyond what we can do right now, but if we can do anything, we will.
Yeah, most of our routes between cities involve walking through trees, so that probably isn't helping with trade routes.
It's more complicated than I understand. You can help us by growing stronger, more influential.
Well, rest assured that whenever we are in a neighboring town community, we will have nothing but good things to say about Berkshire, and that encourage them to open dialogue and trade with you.
I greatly appreciate it.
We excuse me. We also might know a guy who could help make a machine that makes the sun come out.
Not sure I follow, but
There are machines that can make the sun come out.
okay. That's the only appropriate response.
Right.
Would you like a bouncy ball? See, boing, boing.
The good place when Michael's giving them all presents and he just gets Jason a Pikachu balloon. Maybe we'll ask Ambrose when we get back if he can come and consult with you on that.
Very well.
That, I don't expect you to be our tour guide by any means. The last time we were here, there was a woman by the name of Priscilla who operated a shop of magical goods, but she was closing her doors because, well, after the unpleasantness with Faustus. Do you know if she is operating? Has she been able to reopen her shop?
Priscilla. If I'm not mistaken, Priscilla relocated from Berkshire some time ago.
That's probably, well, I don't know. I hope that was for the best for her. I know she didn't feel great about the future of her business anyway, in Berkshire at the point that we last saw her. I appreciate you giving us the time. And again, we're at Fort Varus, like Rondon said. And if you ever are in need, if you have a way of sending message to Fort Varus, we will be here at the split of a tree. Is that the saying?
I split lots of trees.
Yeah.
Thank you. Truly.
Okay, so based on what the guard said, I felt like there was something more specific than just things kind of suck, and so we're in lockdown. So I just want to do an insight check to see if there's something that Carlisle's withholding here.
Sure.
17.
And you're trying to gauge whether he's withholding information?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you see her?
I could hear her.
She's just getting up, so she like makes all these weird noises.
Sure.
There is. You can tell that that's not the entirety. Like, as almost as if there's been points in his talk with you that more wanted to come out, but it was like withheld. Do you hear her?
Yeah.
She's like stretching right here.
Coming in a little closer. Lord Mayor, I understand that the walls almost literally have ears, and just kind of give a knowing look to the door. But if there's anything else weighing on you that we can help ease your burden, you know you can trust us, right?
Make a persuasion check. I'll say with advantage.
I give a big thumbs up behind him to support.
Ooh. Thank you for the advantage. 21.
Perhaps there's something else that you should know then. Not now, Kima. I'm role-playing with my friends. Kima, not right now. No more.
I'll step in closer so that he can lower his voice.
Okay. These creatures that are assailing Berkshire, they were once one of ours.
Come again?
Something is happening to all peoples in Veristwall.
I'll look sharply over at Eric and mind link. Didn't we run into something like this in a mall? The shifters. The werefolk.
Wasn't that from the Nightwalker? Or
No,
am
that
I
was-
remembering a different event?
That was the folks on the road. We stopped in a mall, and there was... This is the mind link, by the way. I want to be clear.
Uh-huh.
The folks were attacking each other. We saved the one little girl,
Yes.
and we went to the one lady, and she said, "We don't want your help. Get out of here."
Yeah.
Get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Get
That's,
my
it's actually a
girl's
pretty good
name
description.
out your fucking mouth.
Yeah.
Huh?
That's not the first time that we've heard something like that. Are they leaving the walls first? Are they being called out?
Something like that.
Kind of like Dane was?
I'm not sure. Oh no. I
Eric,
hope.
we have to go quick. Sorry, you were still talking.
No, that's okay. There's a delay on stream. I sure hope that something terrible hasn't happened to Dane.
That would break my little gnome heart.
You must be careful if you are leaving the walls. The Song of Madness is tantalizing.
Good news, I can't read.
Okay.
Sorry, Mac.
Okay. Sure. Mm-hmm. Just like look over it and like.
Like Rondon says, we've run into something that sounds similar to what you're describing. Don't know what caused it then. Don't know what's causing it now, but that was quite a ways from here. So if this is something that's this widespread, it would definitely be not just in Berkshire's best interest, but everybody's, to find out what's going on and see if there's a way to stop it. Has there been any pattern or common thread among the people that have succumbed to this?
Nothing that I can recall. But please keep this secret.
We'll keep it safe.
If word were to get out amongst the common folk, they would turn on each other. We do not know what causes it. And the last thing that we need at the moment is chaos from within.
Understood.
You're leading your city well. We'll do our best to help in any way we can.
I'll reach up and I'll put a hand on his shoulder. So if Dane were here, grandfather, he would want to tell you that he's proud of the work that you've done and that he is behind you any way that he can be.
You know him very well. I heard about your upbringing with him.
Yeah, he's all right.
I'm doing the best I can. And somehow, I fear it will not be enough.
That's why we help each other. None of us are enough on our own.
You're quite wise, Rondon. Perhaps I misjudged you.
I can't read.
There it is.
It's just this positive attitude that I can't. It's just part of me. I gotta have it.
Very well. Was there anything else that I could help you with?
I think we should leave and we need to find Dane. Can I stop and see Charlotte and maybe Narina before we leave?
Yes, of course. I'll have someone escort you to her chambers, and as you know, Narina is out in the courtyard.
Right. She was my friend too.
Yes.
No other reason.
Okay.
I feel a little bad playing it this dumb, but it's fun.
No, it's perfect.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Be safe, both of you. And, pass my regards to Kwansing as well.
When we see him next, we will. He's on his own journey for a while.
Very well. And you can hear he claps his hands and the doors and they open. The guards kind of just scan the chamber a little bit and then proceed inward.
I pull the knife out of Carlisle's back.
Yeah. You can see
From
that
when I pat him on the shoulder.
Yeah. The consorts begin to filter once again into the room, and there's, some discussion amongst them. Carlisle instructs a servant to take you to Charlotte, and with that you are on your way. Eventually, you come to a bedroom with a... Maybe this is dirty or something? There we go. You come to a chamber with double doors as the servant knocks and enters the room. You can see Charlotte sat in front of a vanity. Let me see. I'm sure I have that picture around here somewhere. I want to put it up on stream.
For Charlotte?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just can't remember where.
Eric, do you mind if I just have a private word with Charlotte for a minute?
Of course.
You mind keeping some folks out for...
Yeah, no, absolutely. And
Thank you.
In the hallway, I don't know, 15, 20 feet down from the door so that it's not eavesdropping. Should anyone come along, I'll try and run interference.
Okay.
I'll give you a minute to find that if you still are, Brandon.
I'll look for maybe a minute more, and then I'll just abandon it because it's been a while.
Right. I wouldn't know where to look if I might even have it.
I got it. It was in our old D&D chat.
Nice.
I just need to... download, stream, image. Charlotte, I put.
Charlotte. I think it's pronounced Charlotte.
Here we go. It's been a crazy long time since I looked at this image.
Yeah.
So, you enter the room. You can see her sitting at the vanity. She has a servant inside of the room, and the servant that's outside of the room as well, with Eric.
I guess when I was asking for a private conversation as a servant, does the servant stay? Do you mind, Charlotte?
Oh, me, oh my, Rondon. I didn't realize that you were coming. If you could give us a moment, please. And the servant just bows and begins to leave the room. The doors are closed. It's been so long. What can I help you with?
As soon as the doors close, I doppeldane.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
in a in a low voice. I'm sorry, Charlotte. I have to be in disguise for now. Are you cared for? Are you well?
How did?
I hope to explain it all someday, but we don't have time right now.
Yes, I'm being cared for.
Carlisle is good to you.
Huh?
Okay.
Oh. Okay. I don't understand why you'd come in disguise.
A longer story than I can tell right now. I will tell you someday, though. I just needed to know that you were cared for. I'm hoping to find someone who can properly tutor you, who can help you control whatever it is that you have. That's, the thing you told me about when you killed the cat.
Right. How have y'all been?
It's been all right.
Oh, you've got a little bit of a cough there.
Little bit.
Would you like some Mucinex?
That's why it's all coming out.
An
I got the Mucinex already.
expectorant?
It's been all right. We've accomplished a lot. We're hoping to accomplish a lot more. But I feel responsible for you, and I care for you. And I wanted to stop in while we were here.
Dang, that's so sweet. I've been well. I thankfully no outbursts or anything.
Good.
Have you heard about what's happening?
I have. We're hoping to help with it, but we don't know how much we can do. But anything that we can, we will. Right now, there's someone with my face on that we have to go find.
Oh. I had heard about Dane leaving, but... Well, you leaving.
Right. Nope, I've been gone much longer than he has.
That's
I'll tell you all
kind of
about
weird.
it.
Maybe you
I
should
know.
say something to someone before you do that.
It was important to be secretive, but we're handling it.
Wait, does that mean you don't know about... Never mind.
I'm gonna come back. You're gonna have to tell me that sentence sometime, but right now I have to get going. I'm sorry.
Well, be well, and maybe let me know next time. You son of a bitch. No.
I'm sorry. I may come in disguise again, but hopefully not. Hopefully I can just be me going forward.
Well, should we come up with some kind of code word or something?
Apricot.
Apricot. I'll write that down.
I'll write that down too. One time, my grandma said she got a call from someone claiming to be me. Like, they didn't give a name. They just said, "Hey, Grandma, it's me." And my grandma said, "What's the code word?" And they didn't know it, so they hung up. And she said, "I knew to ask for the code word. I knew it wasn't you." And I said, "Grandma, what's our code word? I have no idea." And right now, at this moment, I still couldn't tell you.
I have a secret code word with my grandma, too. Because she's, like, really paranoid that, like, someone will, like, try to use, like, her to tell me that like, oh, your grandma is like just over here,
Right.
or like stuff like. She is really
Yeah.
paranoid. Maybe that's just like a thing with like back then, like you needed to like be really. I mean, I guess today you need to be really careful.
We
too.
should still be, but
Right.
we're very flippant about
Yeah.
not being that way. All right, we've got a code word. I'll see you as soon as I can. And if I can find someone to help you, I might have a home for you as well if you're interested.
That. Yeah. I mean, well, I don't know. You can't just come up on a girl and
We can decide
start
that
saying
later.
these things.
Right.
I need
I'm
some
sorry.
time to think.
Yes, you have plenty of time to think, because it's not today. I'm putting it on the table. Take it or leave it. But not, you can take it later. It's just, I'm gonna go.
All right. And she's like all flustered and like turns away.
It was good to see you. And then I'll loop.
It was good to see you too.
Thank you for the chat, Charlotte.
Oh, Rondon, what are you doing here?
No, I've been here the whole time.
Oh, right. Yeah. Maybe you should leave.
All right, I'm leaving. And then last thing on the way out, I just want to stop at the tree.
Okay.
Just spend a couple minutes. I have to start building our home over again, as I'm kind of leaning against it. But I hope to have it ready by the time I'm strong enough to undo this. I think you'll like the new place, if I get to show you it. I've gotten a lot stronger since you left me this. I have so much to tell you, and not enough time. I have to go save me. This is in Rondon form, but Dane voice.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be back soon, sooner than this time. I'll kind of put a hand on the face, and then turn around and kind of do a couple of these quick. All right, we gotta go find Dane.
All right. I just really need to buy a silver cage.
Right.
I'm just in a town. I need to buy a silver cage.
Yeah, of course. I'm sorry. Let's go do
You
what we came here to do.
I need to buy a silver cage.
Right.
like we go to cities and then we don't do any shopping while we're there, and I hate shopping, but I just need this one thing.
Yeah. Let's go do the thing.
You never take me silver cage
No.
shopping.
Yeah, let's go get some supplies before we run out into the wilderness.
That's a good idea.
And for the sake of brevity, you have procure one silver cage.
Hey, I'm gonna mark off 100. I think it's supposed to be 100 gold pieces. I'll check.
All right.
Thank goodness.
I'll think if there's anything that I need to grab, but I assume that we're getting close to wrapping up, so I won't.
We can handle it on the
Relevant
back
then.
end if you need anything.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
So where are you headed then?
I guess let's ask around and see if there's anyone who knows which way not Dane went.
speaking to everyone that Dane was close with, actually, give me
If
2
this takes
seconds.
more than 5 hours, I'll burn another wild shape to maintain it.
Okay.
I really hope he's not a monster now.
Speaking to everyone who was close to Dane. Well, Dane. He had expressed an interest in going to, strangely enough, the Serpent Hills.
I can real quick buy some sort of crystal ball, or when we get back to the fort, I can get the thing that we've used from Rondon, and we can try and scry on him.
Oh, that thing I should have put in the bag of holding?
If I'm guessing your spell that you used to track the shades that were goo probably doesn't reach far enough to track him down now.
1,000 feet. 1,000 feet. Looking around. I didn't prepare for some of this today. If we rest, I can help us find some stuff out, maybe with divination. Or we can go back and we can get the thing, and then we can come back this way.
Well,
that's a lot of back and forth.
Yeah, we could always crash at Dane's house, right?
Right.
I'm sure he wouldn't mind.
No, probably not.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Get a little rest. See if in the morning we're able to track him down.
That sounds like a plan, Sugar. I don't know what that line is, but as I was saying that sounds like a plan, the sugar just came out.
So you're doing what? You're resting at Dane's house?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
At the one he inherited from Claudia. I inherited from Claudia.
Sure. And so you enter your abode.
Yeah, it's weird.
And find that things are fairly tidy. It's obviously been lived in. Or being lived in.
Right.
And you take to not necessarily sleep, since you just woke up, but to kind of pass the time with whatever, in whatever ways you can, to search out where Dappeldaner had traveled to, and to possibly unravel a mystery of this plague, this shadow plague, these creatures, this sort of corruption happening with the citizens of Fairest Wall. And that's where we'll pick up next time.
The good news is Rondon was actually with us the whole time. So when we come back, he'll just be here and
There you
I'll
go.
be a squirrel or something.
Sure. All right. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We've enjoyed having you. Those of you who are still here, those of you who stopped by, and those of you who watch our stuff after the fact, we appreciate you. We shall be back in, hopefully, 2 weeks' time with a full party. Hopefully.
Yes.
To see what becomes of this new development, and to see if they can possibly buy furniture for the fort. Do the Mac thing, Tyler.
Oh, if you like our art that's on our stream, it's you can find it at Donnie Durdunkleton, Donnie Durdunkle on Twitter, Miley Taniguchi at Tanny Maichi on Instagram, and Stephanie Brown, Offbeat Worlds on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook and the other thing. Our music is original. Our theme is done by Aiden Chan. And if you like any of their works, give them a follow. And if you feel like it, give them a commission because they are good. What else does he say?
The socials? Our socials?
Follow our social. We haven't used our social media in so long.
That's true.
You can follow it. We hope to use it again. We just no one ever thinks to post.
Yeah.
I don't think we have one like heavy social media user on the team still. So
Join our Discord.
yes,
That's semi-active.
yeah. That's command Discord in the chat.
Yeah. Actually, I might have you start posting the link in the YouTube, Tyler.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, check out the link down below, everyone, for our Discord. Like and subscribe.
Smash that like button.
Yeah, smash that like button. Ring that bell so you don't miss out on notifications. Apparently,
I'm
the
gonna
algorithm
jump off a
likes that.
bridge.
Yeah. But yeah, we shall see you next time. Farewell and have a pleasant tomorrow.